जनु जनु This is the traditional dance called Bharatanatyam, showcasing our traditions. You can see the youngest is 6 years and we are also having some Bangladeshis here. As you see, the culture and traditions are very much live here because of gurus like Srimati Sushma Reddy, who trained hundreds of students in Kenya in the traditional dances, and she also conducts exams in Bharatanatyam. A group of her students are going to Cambodia to participate in international dance and music festival. Please give her a big round of applause. Thank you. As you all aware, in order to touch everyone's heart and soul, we must often a beautiful song with the folk beats. Folk beats, even we can move, we can also dance. The beats wherever to enjoy. I'm sure many like the songs, dances connected to on Lord Shiva. Now we present from our own Sushma's team on the Shiva Stotram. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
भस्माङ्गरागाय महेश्वराय
नागेन्द्रहाराय त्रिलोचनाय भस्माङ्गरागाय महेश्वराय
नित्रहर शम्भु शम्भु शिव महदेव तं किडतकदन्तुडङ्गत्तकुन्दाङ्गीं
Let me tell about these girls. All these girls are orphans. They'll come from the orphan home. But God gave him the guru like Sushma. Though she is working and lot of commitments she is having, still she go to the orphan home to train the children. She is bringing whatever talent they are having, she is bringing out. Please give a big round of applause to Sushma Reddy. Now I'll invite our national chairman to honor our guru, Sushma Reddy. Now the business. As you all know why we gathered here, we are showcasing our Indian diaspora with our honorable visitors from India. We wish to share, talk and present what we have done from the past centuries till date and further to future as Indian diaspora, our contributions in the development of nation building in Kenya and East Africa. I request our national chairman, Sri Kamal Gupta, to give welcome address. Welcome Kamal Bhai. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you so very much, everyone, to being with us. Today, we are very honored to receive Honorable Gladys Sonoy, our own Deputy Speaker for Kenya Assembly. A round of applause for our main guest. Really appreciate your presence, madam, and we are honored to have you here. And thank you very much, Dr. Swarup Mishra, to making this happen, and really appreciate your presence. I'm also very humble and honored to receive our dignitaries, our delegation which is came all the way from India. A great round of applause and welcome to our guest. I'll have to name Dr. Markande Rai, Mr. Narayan Kumar, Professor Ajay Dubey, Mr. Amit Gupta, Dr. Rakesh Pandey, Dr. Jawahar Kanawat, and Mr. Sanjay Bhalla, who is the Vice Chair of ARCT. I also wish to recognize our Program Coordinator, Mr. Swarn Verma. I welcome him and appreciate his coordination. The trustees of Hindu Council of Kenya, Nitin Bhai, Amu Bhai, our branch chair, Dr. Vashisht, all the leaders of our Hindu community, Paresh ji, our Sangchalak for HSS, Mr. T.R. Sharma, the chairman of SSDS, please stand at a place. Our Dr. Bansal, the chairman of Arya Samaj, Vedanti Ben, our always humble and we are very grateful of your presence from Brahma Kumari, and Deepti Ben is also there with us. The chairman of Rajasthan Association, the chairman of Hindi Samiti, the pattern, the leaders. I can sum up in one word called leaders of the community. because each one of you are playing a very, 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 very important role. Our Usha Ben is with us. Very, very pleased to have you here. Usha Ben has always been a guiding force for every one of us. I'm very pleased to honor and feel honored to have you all here. We have Father Mutie, who is repetitively mentioned are leaders, and you are here, you have been given this, and you have given your time to participate in this very important topic, diaspora. You know, diaspora in East Africa, whenever we mention, we always feel a very serious responsibility. If you remember, when Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, when he came, he mentioned the Indian diaspora across the world are not the only India's success story, but are also Rashtradut, that is the word which he used, who are taking India to the world and becoming brand ambassador for the success of the nation. So Honorable Madam, I'm just mentioning this, why? Because we all are ensuring as a community to participate in best possible way. Matter where it is. Thank you very much, Dr. Heda. Your presence is very important. Our own Naveen Bhai is also with us, our chairman of HRSC. Shekhar Bhai, please stand at your place. It's important that all of the leaders are here, and it's important that each one of you, your presence are making a very significant and very important difference. So we have, as I mentioned many a times, that each one of you are leader. I may miss one or two names. It's not with any intention. I'm very humble, as I have mentioned many a times. Your presence is most important for me. And each one of you are very important for me, being here, very important for me, being here in an important event. Mr. PVS Rao is also with us, and Mr. Rakesh Rao is with us. I can see the leaders. Mr. PVS Rao is Pravasi Bharatiya Sammani Award, and in fact Dr. Heda also with us. And we have received a very important note and probably message from our own Manu Bhai, which probably we will read, because he is also, I think he is the first Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Award. So we have a team from Bank of Baroda, Mr. Vinay Rathi, Mr. Rao is also with us, Bank of India. You can please stand at your place, at least let people see the smiling and good faces around with us. We have our sponsor, Mr. Dhaval from SBS Bank, and we recognize his presence. So, nutshell, each one of you are on a very important mission here. The mission is to ensure we do a brainstorming in the whole session, which is for whole day, in a different groups, to come out that we have seen our history, we know our history, we know the present scenario, and how we are going to take this as a heritage further. Because Naraseva, Narayan Seva is in our blood, is in our values. So this is something which we always believe and which we always follow. And I'm very proud to say that a very, very, very strong, committed and dedicated team of Hindu Council of Kenya, which always contribute to the best possible way, are here. I wish to ask every one of you, the member of or maybe the leading team of Hindu Council of Kenya, to stand please at your place to be recognized. So many actions, so many responsibilities which the team is taking further to ensure that whatever responsibility we feel has to be is being taken. So with this note, I humbly, from bottom of my heart, wish to welcome you all on this very important session of Hindu Council of Kenya. And I can see that each one of you are here to come out with a fantastic and wonderful message which we finally wish to take together. I'll take 1 minute to also recite something which is very important. And this is, I'm talking in the perspective of our relationship, our engagement with the people at large. And that is what is primarily the message of love, the togetherness. Because if we are together, we are strong. So with this message, I wish that we continue doing our best possible efforts to making this conference and this session. एक दोस्त ने दोस्त से पूछा कि दोस्त का मतलब क्या होता है. एक दोस्त ने दोस्त से पूछा कि दोस्त का मतलब क्या होता है. दोस्त ने मुस्कुरा के जवाब दिया कि एक दोस्त ही तो होता है जिसका कोई मतलब नहीं होता, और जिसका मतलब होता है वो दोस्त नहीं होता. So that is the relationship what I also wish to brought from bottom of my heart between India and Kenya, in the perspective of that we have a selfless relationship, and we as a community are ensuring that this relationship is going to be the next level, because we all are Rashtradoot. That is the word which has been spelled out, and that message of Rashtradoot is giving a lot of responsibility to each one of us, giving a great responsibility that we have to act, we have to deliver, we have to commit in the best possible way what is actually needed. So with this note, I wish to thank you, each one of you, to being with us. If I miss any, Mr. Bij, who is here, and I could not take the name, I again repeat that you all are leaders since you are here. Our Mr. Rupra is also there, I can see. Mr. Modi is there. So I am very glad to have you here for this very, very important session, and looking forward that each one of you are going to participate in best possible way to ensure that we will have a best time together and we come out with a very good action plan. So once again, thank you so very much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Insightful words. As Hindu Council, we are associated with the main religious bodies, taking part in all national events and occurrences such as drought relief and COVID-19 situation. It is called Inter-Religious Council of Kenya. We are fortunate to have the Chairman of Inter-Religious Council of Kenya, Father Joseph Mutie, with us today. As he is a very humble man, though he is the chairman of the 9 big religious bodies in Kenya, including our Hindu Council of Kenya. Attend this event despite of his busy schedule. In the last elections, in delivering and propagating the peace and harmony all over Kenya, I am honored and humbled to say I am part of his team. Welcome, Father Joseph Mutie.
Take a shot. Come.
So that I don't feel cold when I speak. Thank you so very much. Our own Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Madam Gladys Boss-Shulei, the Chair of the Hindu Council of Kenya, Engineer Kamal Gupta, the team that has been recognized here, allow me to say that I will stand on the protocol that has been established. Because if I was to read or to get to know all of you, I know you are very, very important people, very senior, and I appreciate the role that you play in different communities that you represent here today. I'm also humbled to say that as the chair of the Intelligence Council of Kenya, we are humbled also to have some of the team from the Hindu Council. Like, for example, we do have Mr. Valma, who is our elder at the Inter-Religious Council and our trustee. We also have our treasurer from the Hindu Council, Mr. Nitin Malde. If you could arise, this is the man who keeps our money at the Inter-Religious Council, and he is a very important person. He comes with also a member of the executive board, Bishop Dr. John Warari, who is here with us. And I thank you so very much. The delegation that has come all the way to come and visit and enjoy the moments with the Hindu community or the Indian community in Kenya. We truly celebrate you and welcome you so very much. Allow me to say I'm really, really grateful, and I feel so much humbled that today I'm coming here again. This is not my first time to join with the Hindu Council of Kenya. Many things have been happening here, and I feel so much honored and grateful that the Hindu Council of Kenya, through the different arms, decided to come together and serve community. I'm happy today, even the orphans who presented and danced here could find a smile through the Hindu Council of Kenya. That is a very great initiative, having an orphan who can smile and can dance and has a person to work with. Allow me to salute you, and allow me to just request that we applaud them, all of them with a clap. The dance which we saw here actually from our young, at the age of 6, a culture that is integrated in the children that we grow in the country here. It really gives me a great honor and pleasure to recognize the great love that the Hindu community has shown to this land. I know I have visited different countries in the Eastern African region, and the presence of the Hindu community is felt. No one can fail to mention the great work that the Hindu community continues to play in the different spheres of our communities. Very loving, a place where somebody can find a family. When I came to the Hindu Council, when I joined the Inter-Religious Council, the place where I felt most in my home is the Hindu Council, because they have a great and open heart. They welcome you anytime, and when you come in, you don't find it very complicated. They don't come with the hierarchies. They just come as humanity. You feel you are welcome. Thank you so very much for giving Kenyans that warmth and that family feeling as a community. Allow me also to say, in the journey that I've walked to the Hindu Council, I have seen how caring you have been, reaching out to communities whenever there are needs. A case in point is when COVID emerged. I want to say here, Madam Speaker, that the Hindu community contributed so very much, more than any other community in this land. They gave contributions to the government, but besides that, they made sure that they went to the villages, not only in the city, in the villages. I'm speaking as a witness. Even when I went to Nakuru, I met the leadership of Nakuru, and they were doing so much, even to the public service. They made sure that the office of the county commissioner was supplied with materials. They made sure every other institution, and supplying even water tanks, sanitizers, masks, and to the needy, because that moment many people lost their jobs. I remember the amount of food that was shared by the Hindu community, I cannot say. I want to just say, may God richly bless the Hindu Council of Kenya. I congratulate you today for the clinic that you have started. You are calling it the selfless chariot, the selfless service chariot clinic. Something that will be a game changer in the community. And I want to believe, you know, this is just as the chair said, service to humanity is service to God. No one is pushing you to do all this work, but you are being pushed by your calling to serve your maker, your creator, and giving all that it takes so that another person can enjoy life and live their lives in totality or abundantly. Allow me to congratulate you for that. We continue to collaborate as the Intelligence Council of Kenya. We continue to collaborate with the Hindu Council and promise that in whatever sphere that you feel you need a hand, we will be there. Thank you so very much for choosing to work with the other faith communities. You have been so kind. No one, even in the media today, no one can mention the religious or faith groups without mentioning the Hindu community and their contributions. Thank you for the different programs that you are running in the country. I have been humbled to have visited some of the programs, the schools. I remember the Satya Sai Center. I remember the many other centers that as a community you have come together just to see that humanity gets happy and lives in harmony. Something that I may say, Madam Speaker, and I don't know how we go about it as a country. This community has continued to challenge us. I have not seen in this group the blood of corruption. Whatever they give, it goes out to the intended purpose. We have this with us in the land, and we continue to fight. And I think this is a community that we need to learn from, because they have shown the way. And in the near future, we'll continue to learn and embrace the great things that they do in the country. Lastly, I know we are in a very difficult political situation. I pray that as the Hindu community, you continue to pray for the land. But my prayer, and even as I said the other day, that we need to work towards getting a solution to the problems that are ailing us, economically, politically, and socially. Differences will never bring any solution. In our way of thinking, we need to offer solutions. Even if we point fingers at each other, we will not solve any problem. Let us join hands and build this our country together. Whether you are doing it economically, whether you are doing it socially, and even as you do your politicking, please remember we all belong to Kenya and we cannot afford to destroy this land. I want to thank the Hindu Council of Kenya for the support and the generosity that they showed even in the last campaign. They supported peace and they all did peace campaigns everywhere. We are truly grateful. And I believe the East Africa community should also learn from the great work that the Kenya community from the Hindu Council is doing.
God is good all the time. Thank you very much. He's an engineer, I'm a doctor, but who is intelligent engineer? Do you know why? They know chemistry, mathematics, and physics. We know only biology. So thank you. So, Excellency Madam Sole, Chairman or President of Kenya Hindu Council, all my delegates from India, led by our diplomat Mr. Kumar and Mr. Rai and Gupta Amiji, and all delegates members, Dubeji, Balaji, Mrs. Bala, and Mr. Kanawat, and Mr. Pandeji, and all protocols observed. Good morning. So today my job is to introduce our chief guest, Madam Sole. I have two mothers. One mother is India, who gave me birth. Another mother is Kenya, who brought me up. One is Devaki, another is Jasoda. We don't differentiate mother. Mother is mother, mother is great all the time. There are two people who never expect anything from you, is God and mother. I don't know about father, I'm sorry. So, the thing is, they say maternity is a reality. I'm a gynecologist. So maternity is a reality and paternity is a myth. However, I got three lives in this country: academics, business, and politics. So this is a great country, Kenya. Kenya is the younger sister of India. But one thing I'll tell you, my experience in my life, a stranger will help you more than your brother. We don't know, God had sent us and we never applied to the good Lord which country, which religion, which tribe, which race, which clan, and which parents, and which village you will be born. It is God sent us. But God sent everybody. So why to discuss and discriminate and criticize others? You love everybody, God loves us. We don't know who is the cook today, prepared food for us, which religion person. Tomorrow in our aircraft, who is the pilot, which tribe he is from, do you know? Or we offload ourselves if he doesn't belong to our tribe? We don't know who has stitched our dress. So, I'll tell you one thing, that love is the only weapon we can conquer the world. Hatred, we lose the world. The choice is very simple. And India and Kenya will be ambassador together to ambassador of love all over the world today, because we believe in unity and we believe in God. Thank you. I want to introduce Madam Sole. She comes from my tribe, my Kenyan tribe. I'm a Kalenjin called Kiprob Arab Chelule. And Kiprob means born during birth, and Chelule means from outside, baptized inside. So I'm a proud Kalenjin. Now my clan is Kapchep Kendi, which I share the clan with my president, Excellency William Kipchirchir Samoei Ruto. Now, Madam Sole was born in Rift Valley, in Keyo, in Eldoret, and she was trained in law. After School of Law in Kenya, she went to Cape Town in South Africa. Then she was trained in, she did management in Nairobi University. And then she had very many capacities. She worked in Public Service Commission. She practiced as a lawyer in High Court of Kenya. Then she was the deputy CEO of Election Commission of Kenya. Then she was the CEO, Law Reforms of Kenya. Then she was registrar of Supreme Court of Kenya. Then so many other figures are there. She is also one like our Bharat Ratna. She owned of Moran of Golden Hearth. And Then she joined politics. The same time I joined politics, we were colleagues in parliament. She was the committee member, chair of delegated committee of law of parliament. Now, we 17, we did a lot of campaign together in the same, but she was very vibrant. I was very scared of her. She's standing next to you and the speeches she used to do, firing speech. Now today, by the grace of God, she is the deputy speaker of Kenya Parliament, the first lady speaker of our country, and she has a big future. And she is the advisor, legal advisor to the President of Kenya. Thank you very much, Madam Excellency. I request our President to welcome you. Thank you.
I'm very honored and privileged to welcome Honorable Gladys is with us, and we wish to request for a few words from your side.
Thank you very much. The chairperson of the Hindu Council, Engineer Gupta, the chairperson of the Interreligious Council, Father Mutai. I think I pronounce it Mutai. I think they pronounce Mutei. The various leaders of the Hindu Council who have been recognized here. I will adopt that protocol that has been established. The distinguished members of delegation from India, I wish to led by Mr. Kamar. I recognize all of you in your presence. And of course, I've seen my friend Manesh is here also. Good to see you. And my member of parliament who's currently on sabbatical, Honorable Dr. Mishra. You know, he's a member of parliament, was a member of parliament of my home, where my parents are. So he's a member of parliament for my parents. I think the people decided he's on a commercial break. Yeah, to be back soon, hopefully. I know you mentioned about maternity and paternity. In law, we say that maternity is a matter of fact, and paternity is a matter of presumption. So you are correct in that sense. I just want to say that it gives me great pleasure to be here today. I have had many interactions with the Hindu Council and the Hindu community right from my childhood in Uasin Gishu County, and I continue to have interactions with them today. I have gotten great learning and great support from the Hindu community. I have, in fact, growing up, my immediate neighbors were a Hindu family, and we shared a compound. But I must say, for the delegation that is coming in from India, the community here, the Indian community in Kenya, has been extremely instrumental. They have been the backbone of trade and enterprise in Kenya, and they continue to do so. They have also been the backbone in relation to skilled labor. So you have been ahead of your time on this respect. Today, when our president talks about the hustler nation, he talks about people who are resilient, people who are skilled or learn a skill and work with their hands, the hustler nation. Actually, the people who can teach us about that is the Indian community, and particularly the Hindu community here in Kenya. You are the original hustler nation. From history books and what we have read, India is the place where there is resilient people. It is the home of hustlers. So William Ruto has probably copied it from India and is bringing it here to Kenya. And we do hope that the diaspora will be able to help us in building that vision and carrying on that culture, the culture of hard work, the culture of resilience, the culture of not giving up, and again, the culture of thinking about those who are at the bottom of our society. I think that is the one thing you can thank the Hindu community for. I've had opportunities in Uasin Gishu County where I've had medical camps. I had doctors that came in from India. I had 11 doctors 2 years ago. We were supposed to have a follow-up one, but unfortunately COVID happened and medical camps were suspended. But I know that we are having one this year again. And that was amazing. There's many areas of cooperation between India and Kenya. One of them is the medical field. One of the things I was told about, and I asked, how is it that you're so good at these procedures? And they said, where a Kenyan doctor does the same procedure once a month, an Indian doctor is doing 4 a day. So, of course, because of the numbers of people in your population, you're able to have more practice than would happen in other cultures. The other areas that we must learn from is the spirit of giving. And I think Father took away those words from my mouth, because that is what I strongly believe. The giving spirit is unbelievable. I remember one time I was at a feeding center in Mombasa, and I challenged the churches, and I said, how is it that we have reached a point where, unfortunately, it's something to say, our churches believe in receiving as opposed to giving. So that is something we must bring back. It was in our culture. The Hindu community have retained it. We must re-engineer ourselves for giving back. I had the opportunity to travel with Manesh and my sister here, to Machakos, where we went to a special school. You were giving away the white canes to children who were blind, running an eye clinic and so on. Those are the things that matter. Those are the things that bring blessings upon your life. And then people ask me, other people from other countries, and say, how is it that the Indian community in Kenya is so successful? I say, because they give and therefore they are blessed. Because even in the Bible, those who give are blessed more than those who don't. And that giving spirit, I believe, has been what has made you so successful in whatever enterprise you're involved in here in Kenya. And also today I'm happy to hear that you do have your whole fully fledged diaspora affairs program in your country. That is amazing. Can you believe that it's only now that Kenya is addressing this? 50 years after independence, more than 50 years after independence. Just recently, to his credit, our president has established a principal secretary for diaspora affairs. We have had Kenyans all over the world, but we've never had a diaspora department in our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So hopefully, I shall be letting the PS know that they should come to you to learn how you are able to work that with all the people from your country who are settled in various parts of the world. It is definitely something that we can be able to work together. Again, as Father has mentioned about the zero corruption, again, I always say that is why they are blessed, because they don't steal. And many people will tell you that when they do business with the Hindu community, you don't have to worry about writing anything down. It is their word that is the important thing. When they say they will do something, they will do it. They do not have the habit because it is in their religion, meaning that they live their religion and they practice their religion. Unfortunately, people have begun to think that religion is separate from your way of life, and we hope that we can continue to learn all that from all of you. And of course, most importantly, the rich culture, the food. Oh, I love the food. I think Dr. Mishra knows that I always will say, no, I want to come and eat that food. And growing up as a kid, because our neighbors were Indian, I used to go to their house to eat. But their brother used to come to our house to eat because he liked to gali and all that boring Kalenjin food. And I loved the spices and everything. And I remember one time my mother was very upset and she said, you can't go on eating in people's houses. And eventually, the mama said, she said, no, it's okay. My son eats in your house, your daughter eats in my house, so it's okay, we are even. It's all right. Yeah, the other prefers the other person's food. So again, and I want to thank you. When I saw those young, beautiful girls dancing, that is amazing. Who is it who was said to have been the one who's training them? She's not here, she stepped out, yes. But that is amazing. That gives them self-confidence, that gives them the ability. Performance is something that gives you confidence. It makes you a person who, once you have confidence, you can do anything. And I think what has been impacted on those young girls is amazing. And of course, I enjoyed watching the beautiful kids. They must be like 10, and they could dance so well. That was also beautiful. Keeping your culture, being resilient in trade, always makes it a pleasure to work with the Hindu community here in Kenya. And again, I want to encourage you that you continue to do the work that you do, because it's changing one life at a time in our country. So thank you, and I look forward to having many more interactions with yourselves. Asante sana, and God bless you, and God bless the work of your hands.
Excellency, I ambushed you. By the grace of God and your permission, and the permission of the President of Hindu Council of Kenya, I want two requests. We are the 44th tribe of Kenya, and I witnessed in the presidential palace, Rashtrapati Bhavan of India, when Modi ji, under his leadership, and Pranab Mukherjee was the president, and the then president, Excellency Uhuru, was there. So we declared as 44th tribe of Kenya. So we want to request, and as the advisor of the President of Kenya today, to advise and to sanction our Diwali, Navaratra, Deepavali to make a national holiday. Please. Number one. And by the grace of God, all religion, God is one. Religion is man-made by the wish of God. Because if one religion, one path to reach him, it will be overcrowded and traffic jam. So many bypasses are there. So the objective is one God, and we are all children of God. So when there is a national event, every national event, we request our priest to pray along with other priests. Thank you very much. God bless India. God bless Kenya. Thank you.
I think, sorry, I'll just respond to that. I think I will work with the chairman here so that we can prepare a petition to be brought to the National Assembly. I think it's just that no one has actively done that. I think recently the Makonde were recognized, and that is a process that's ongoing. So I can give you my guarantee that I will put in every effort to be able to do it. And I know for sure there are many motions and petitions that come to Parliament, and some are contentious. But on this one, I can assure you, I'm sure it's a non-contentious issue. Because the place of the Indian community in Kenya is secure and is known.
So nice of you.
Thank you very much. God bless India and God bless Kenya.
So once again, thank you so very much, Honorable Madam Gladys. Your presence really make a very big difference, and as Doctor specifically touched that topic which is close to our heart, So once again, your assurance is giving us a lot of motivation and confidence. We look forward to work in a very close collaboration. I also wish to invite Professor Ajay Dubey on behalf of delegation to give some mementos which he brought specially from India. And maybe Mr. Amit Gupta also can join. So once again, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker of Kenya National Assembly, Madam Glenis. I also feel very humbled and honored to welcome Her Excellency, Indian High Commissioner, Dr. Namgya Kampa. A round of applause for our chief guest for the evening. Madam, before you came, I was talking about Rashtradoot. So means a formal national ambassador from India as in diaspora. So this is something which I am repeating just since you were not there that time, that we all are doing that as a mission to ensure that our values, our tradition, our culture would be reached, and we always deliver based on our culture and traditions. So we were very humbled to receive you here on this very, very important session where we are having in collaboration with Antarrashtriya Sahyog Parishad, and we are very pleased to have a very big delegation here. I'm sure that we will take time to welcome and introduce each one of them. But on behalf of Hindu Council and on behalf of entire diaspora from East Africa, those are here, we wish to invite you and welcome you for a remark. But before that, I wish to please come here, you, and then we'll honor our own Commissioner. Please come.
To the delegation from the Antarrashtriya Sahyog Parishad, who are, I believe, jointly organizing this conference today, and who will get a very rich glimpse of this diaspora that we have in Kenya and the incredible work they're doing every day. I also want to join the organizers in acknowledging the presence of the Honorable Deputy Speaker of Kenya's National Assembly, Madam Gladys Bosch-Sholay, for joining this conference today. Thank you so much, Madam. My apologies for coming late. We were actually engaged in the morning with a conference that is taking place in India that was inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi today morning on global millets. We are celebrating the International Year of Millets. Prime Minister Modi today morning inaugurated that conference, and I bring with me a lot of energy from that conference and from the Prime Minister's inspiring address to the conference on millets and ideas for how we can take this forward with Kenya. And in a sense, to me, it represents in small measure what we are trying to do through our external partnerships, especially with developing countries, especially with close partners like Kenya. The possibilities for bilateral cooperation in multiple sectors are immense, and more so today in a transforming India on the move. The energy of India, the expertise of India, the experience of India, and the ethos of India all opens itself up for tremendous opportunities for collaboration and cooperation. And all of you present in this room are most familiar with tapping those opportunities, with promoting those opportunities for the benefit of Kenya, for the benefit of East Africa, and for a stronger bilateral partnership between India and Kenya. And that is something that I have always encouraged in my interactions with the Indian diaspora in Kenya. Let me just say that this idea of the conference, it's an excellent initiative. And it's an excellent idea, and I think we should just give a round of applause to the Hindu Council and to the Sahyogs for doing this. We're all, you're all, in a sense, intimately part of the story of the Indian diaspora in Kenya and the contributions that you've made in the past, that continue to make today, and that you look forward to making in the future in Kenya's own national narrative and national story. And I know through a lot of the conversations that I've had since coming to Kenya about 6 months ago, how your forefathers and many of you have come across from your roots in India to essentially increase trade and commercial linkages, to build infrastructure in East Africa and in Kenya. And that aspect, that dimension of that connect we have, I would like to see that upgraded, modernized, so that we can continue to enhance the initial bridges of cooperation, of friendship and understanding in taking our trade and commercial partnerships and trade and commercial linkages into new directions, into deeper avenues that ultimately work for the people of Kenya and work for the people of India, and that strengthen the diaspora in Kenya. The diaspora in Kenya is occupying important positions in various walks of life and in a position to essentially make a difference to the national story of Kenya, to the development of Kenya, to the vision set out by the government of Kenya under the leadership of President Ruto, and to the hustler nation that Madame so eloquently spoke about a while ago. And all of you, when you came from Kenya, from India, you came from different parts of India, many different parts of India, and you made Kenya your home, and you're all proud Kenyans. And we, the government of India, the High Commission here is incredibly proud of the diaspora in Kenya, and I want to say that out loud, say that out emphatically. And we look forward to strengthening you further as you contribute to this country and as you contribute to building bridges of friendship between this country, Kenya, and your roots in India. And I think it is an area that is part of the ongoing conversation between the High Commission and the diaspora here, including the Hindu Council of Kenya. I think a conference like this is important because it allows you to essentially create very important scholarship on what has been the contribution of the diaspora, on consolidating that contribution, on recording that contribution, recognizing that contribution, but even more importantly, on using that as a basis to move in newer directions and stronger directions on what is possible to do further onwards as you move to contribute and as you move to grow in Kenya, and I suppose that holds true for larger East Africa as well. And I think it's a job that is important to do. It's something that we should do not just today through this conference, but at periodic intervals. On my part, I would also say that it's important to also develop through organizations like the Hindu Council that are pretty much an umbrella organization for the Indian diaspora in Kenya, if not entirely, but almost so, to develop a sense of what is the consolidated sort of contribution, as I mentioned, of the diaspora, or what areas of further action can emanate from the diaspora that can be taken forward, and what we can do as a High Commission with the diaspora in terms of strengthening the partnerships, because our mandate is, and the convergence points are very similar, and we both want to see stronger partnership and friendship between India and Kenya. And as I said, in India, the pace of transformation is vast, it's rapid, and even for people like us who spend a lot of our careers outside, when we go back to India now after every 2-3 years, it's difficult to recognize some of the localities and some of the cities that we earlier grew up in, because it's changing so rapidly. And that's something that I'm sure the delegation will talk to you about as well. And that's something that's again inspired by the vision that is brought through various government programs and flagship schemes, and that can be channelized as well by the diaspora for developing cooperation with external partners across the world. And I think that a few sectors particularly hold prominence for us in terms of what we can do with Kenya. And I'll mention here agriculture, for instance, is a sector that I think there is a lot of scope for doing more with Kenya in. SMEs, a lot of you do work in the SME sector. SMEs, India has a very developed SME sector that can essentially be a basis for further cooperation with Kenya, which has also identified this as a priority. Technology is a space that we can do much more with Kenya in, and in fact we already have conversations going on with the government of Kenya, but technology is a space that is very vibrant, very decentralized. There are a lot of players, and Kenya is an easy place to work in and to develop sort of partnerships in. And I know that a lot of companies are already doing it, but the diaspora certainly can play a role there as well. Similarly, in the infrastructure space, and there is civil infrastructure, there's power infrastructure, and there are various other kinds of big key infrastructure where we have a large number of companies that could potentially enter Kenya and contribute to the national sort of priorities and development goals of the government of Kenya. Here again, the diaspora can play a role. Essentially, as Kamalji just mentioned, we are Rajduts for a defined period of time. In some ways, you're permanent ambassadors and permanent sort of bridges for us that we tap into. Your local insights, your local knowledge help us to essentially also strengthen our own mutual sort of aspiration to develop the partnership between India and Kenya. And we see you as a very important stakeholder in that process. The other aspect that I want to mention here, and that we see you as an important stakeholder in, is also in contributing to what is happening back home in India. And as many of you may know, India considers itself to have entered a period of Amrit Kal for the next quarter century. And this period for the next quarter century is has been prioritized by the government of India to essentially scale new heights of prosperity, to become a developed country, and to reach key indices of socio-economic development under the various schemes and efforts and initiatives of the government of India. In this endeavor, we would like to see the Indian diaspora across the world play a bigger role, to contribute actively to that process through ideas, through initiatives, through investments, through projects, through contributions in a variety of ways. And this is not something that I say to you from Nairobi alone. This is a vision that is essentially articulated by the government of India back home. And under our diaspora outreach, this is going to be a critical facet of how we continue to engage Indian origin communities in East Africa and across the world. And we look forward to your active participation in that. We also look forward to continuing our more granular conversations with you on how we can do more with each other, how we can make it convenient for you to access the services that the High Commission offers for the diaspora. And here I can essentially, in anticipation, make one announcement that I know many of you, when you access consular services at the High Commission, had brought up this issue of not being able to do so, the payments electronically, and the inconvenience of having to go to physically to the banks to do so. I'm happy to announce that we have addressed that, and we will be able to take on payments electronically at the High Commission very shortly, and I hope that will ease taking on consular services from the High Commission for those of you who access it. So this is something that we have worked on, and we'll similarly like to take feedback from you on what else we can do with the diaspora here to make it easier to access services, to essentially continue conversations, and to find joint initiatives and endeavors. I look forward to the proceedings of this conference, contributing to that as well, and to a rich understanding of how the diaspora in Kenya has essentially contributed to the development of this country. And you know, the diaspora here, and whatever I've seen, tells me you represent essentially the best qualities of Indians and the Indian ethos worldwide. Your civic-mindedness, your philanthropy, your charity, your diligence, your hard work, your sense of enterprise, all of these are qualities that make the Indian diaspora stand out wherever they are across the world. And I'm proud of the fact that the Kenyan diaspora here and the East African diaspora continues to exhibit these traits. And we saw that also reflected in the remarks of the Honorable Deputy Speaker when she spoke to those traits. And it's something that you all should take immense pride in as well. It gives you strength, it gives you a basis to essentially make rich contributions and participate actively in the national life of Kenya. And it is something that we also are inspired by here in Kenya. In terms of our own work, and again, it's something that you should all actually give a round of applause for yourselves on. So without taking too much time, I just want to wish you very happy deliberations at this conference. I hope it will create important scholarship and work on how the diaspora contributes to East Africa's development, and more importantly, what are the new avenues for cooperation and partnership between India and Kenya, and how the High Commission and the Government of India can contribute to that process, can support that process. It's something that we're always willing to hear from, and it's something that deserves further study and research and the support of both governments. So thank you so much for inviting me for this conference, and I wish you the very best. Dhanyavad. Thank you. Asante sana.
So thank you so very much, Your Excellency. I'm on behalf of entire team, those are here, really extend a lot of greetings and thanks to you. I wish to invite Amit Gupta from the delegate to honor on behalf of the delegation. maybe I take this privilege to invite all the members from the delegation to come on the stage. And Honorable, that is also. So I wish to request the delegates remain here on the stage so that we welcome them on behalf of our. सभी लोग यहीं रुकिए. So let me invite our trustee Nitin Bhai, Amu Bhai, Dr. Vashisht, Mr. Sharma, and entire team of Hindu Council to please also come on the stage.
Stand at the end here.
नहीं तो लोग कैसे जा रहे हैं क्या? So after welcoming and receiving our delegates from India, I wish to invite
We would like to call upon Mr. Sambasiva Rao. Please come on the stage. Mr. Rakesh Rao from Crown Paints. Dr. Heda. Please come on the stage. Dr. Heda. come on.
हम लेके आएंगे आप दोनों को आइए
आपको चाहिए तो ये भी यूज कर सकते हैं मिस्टर राकेश राव We wish to inform everybody, please settle down in your chairs, in your seat. We would like to start the program. आप सबसे निवेदन है कि आप अपनी जगह पे बैठ जाएं ताकि हम प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत कर सकें.
Let me read for you where we will have panel discussion. The historical pattern of Indian diaspora migrant to East Africa. This will be panel number 1. Panel number 2 is going to be Indian diaspora in East Africa, its historical experience and contribution in social, economic development in their adopted country. Number 3 session is role of Indian diaspora in freedom struggle of African countries, primarily East African countries. Then our 4th session will be Indian diaspora as an important cultural connect between India and East African countries. Then the 5th session or 5th group which is going to be in the discussion is Indian diaspora in promoting the echoes of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is our core value. World is a family and we all follow it. We know that there are few those who have shown interest in the respective sessions. So we are breaking the sessions into these 5 sessions as I have just spelled out. And we have identified few people, those are going to engage or maybe participate. The chair of the 5 different sessions, then co-chair, then moderators, then the facilitators. But if in case we find any gap, I request humbly to anyone who is willingly taking the responsibility will be appreciated. We have the chairs which we give this honor to our guest from India. So, Shri Sanjay Bhalla, Shri Markandeya Rai, Shri Narayan Kumar, Professor Ajay Kumar Dubey, and Dr. Rakesh Pandey. These are going to be the chairs. Then our co-chairs are Dr. Jaswant Karnawat. Dr. Mishra has already left. So, Shri Nitin Made, our trustee. Then Surikant Chela, our vice chair. Amu Bhai, our trustee. And our branch chair, Dr. Vashish. We have a moderator, Dr. Prakash Heda. We will ask Mr. P.V.S. Rao to moderate one of the session. We are expecting few more to join us very, very quickly. But I will ask Mr. Amit Kumar, then Mr. Vinay Rachi, and Mr. Gauri Shankar. So these are the people, those are going to now form the sessions, and then we will divide the whole team into 5 different groups. I ask the leader of the team delegation, Mr. Markandeya Rai. Thank you very much, Madam. Mr. Markandeya Rai, to take the whole program further as a because we have to come out. The one which I'm very keen to tell you that we are going to have 2 sessions of this discussion starting from now, which is, okay, as per our plan, we are little late. Our plan was from 12, then up to 1:30, and we are 17 minutes past 12, so not very late, but we will have our lunch break at 1:30, and then 1:30 to 2:30, then the session next will start, which will be from 2:30 to 5. What is most important to share with all of you, that tomorrow we will all meet again at 9 a.m. in the morning, where we will start with refreshment, and then at 10 a.m. we'll have a high plenary and concluding session, where Shri Markandeya Rai is going to make a call for reporting from all the sessions, and then a Nairobi declaration for East Africa diaspora. So this is just to explain and brief you about the program. I'm sure everyone is clear, and look forward the participation and engagement of each one of you to make this mission successful and extremely concrete. With this note, once again, thank you so very much, each one of you, to being here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, you are actually making this as a Photographer lady is here, but
Sandy, Nilesh bhai, photo.
Sandy is sleeping, eh? So now you can take up everything.
Good afternoon. I know that it is not easy to be concentrated or maybe active when the time is 12:20 and almost last speaker, you know that sometimes job is very easy, sometimes it's very difficult in the term of audience. Thanks to Kamal Gupta ji for doing all the job, including explaining about the purpose and what we are here and what we want to achieve out of this 2 days conference. The purpose of the conference was that Indian diaspora in East Africa has done a lot. It has been recognized by the High Commissioner of India. It has been recognized by the Deputy Speaker of National Parliament, Madam Gladys, and it has been recognized by the father, Mutai. I don't think that there is no need to expound on that one or to explain that one. I really appreciate the way the Deputy Speaker of National Assembly recognized the contribution of Hindu Council and all the organs of Hindu Council who are here. It is a great achievement, I can say. One should applaud for that. That this country, Deputy Speaker of National Parliament is recognizing the contribution of Indian diaspora in this region and in this country. I think a lot of talk has been done by Father Mutai and others also about the giving. I know that taking is very much good, but if I explain spirituality in 3 terms, spirituality is very difficult for all of us, but I try to explain spirituality the way I have understood. In 3 terms, is give, love, and service. And I think a lot of talk has been done by Father Butai also how Hindu Council of Kenya and different organs who are here, they have done a good service, and it has been acknowledged by the people who matters in this country, including the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly and the Father Mutai. Nothing is important than that recognition where the people recognize your contribution and support. Another thing was talked about love. So much kindness, so much generosity you have done in the past and you keep on doing. That was also acknowledged, that was also appreciated. So if I say about the 3rd step of spirituality, after give, love is service. And service you are doing. Only I will remind the great Indian diaspora person in whose name India celebrates every 2 years now, but earlier every year, Indian Diaspora Day, Pravasi Divas, and that was Mahatma Gandhi. He said, let us do more. So I have just appealed to all of you who are the leader here, who have become now the Rashtra Dut, Ambassador of India. After this conference, if you become more active, let us do more philosophy can come in you. I think that is the achievement of 2 days conference in Nairobi, Kenya, where we have the representative from, I think, East African country, from Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania also. For me, it is coming back home. I can say that my workplace was whole Africa. I have lived here for many years, So I can see that still many people have gone, but I can recognize more than half of the faces with whom I have worked in various capacities. And now I have gone back to India, that is my birthplace. I went there only to show by solidarity with my family and my people that I can do some service there. And I'm continuing there, and in that capacity I have come here with my delegation from Indian Council for International Cooperation, how to develop this cooperation better. The way you heard from the Indian High Commissioner that India is changing, India is transforming, India is going towards from fifth economy to third economy. But in addition to that one, India is becoming more humane. India is recognizing our brothers and sisters in more than 110 countries of 35 million population. They, because of their work, because of their effort, because of their services, they have been recognized, they have been respected, they have earned their positions in these countries. Forget about the sufferings. Now time has come when many of the, not only Indians, when the Britishers, when they moved to other country, they were just moved and they also suffered a lot. Other countries also, they moved through movement, they suffered. But the Indian diaspora, the way they have been recognized in 110 countries of the world and the way they are doing service, they have become really example for other minorities in those countries. I know in Kenya, number of population is going down of Indian diaspora. But those who are remaining here, earlier it was 6 lakhs. During the time of independence, it reduced to 3 lakhs. Now it has become less than 1 lakh. But you have been recognized 4th tribe of Kenya. And 44th tribe of Kenya. And now the proposal from Dr. Mishra was very good that Diwali should be the national festival in Kenya. That is what is your achievement. That is what you have earned. I think reaching to Everest is difficult, but staying there on the top of Everest is more difficult. Now the task is more difficult for you, how to remain on the top. Whole society of Kenya is recognizing your service contribution, not only in one field, rather giving food, helping the orphanage, and the way they perform the Dandiya and then Shiva. Amazing. I think they deserve a round of applause from all of us. We should have more teams. We should have more people. And believe me, they are orphans. What you have done is you are transforming. And I think each and every one of you are doing at your capacity. So only thing I will appeal all of you, join hands. Time has come when the pilot projects is past. The scale of the problem is very big. When you think about the sustainable development goals, when we talk about no one should be left behind, zero hunger, no poverty, gender equality, quality education, environmental protection, and we know that due to Corona, we are behind. All the country, not Kenya, not India, all the country, no one supposed to be. This is the last chance for the humanity. 2030, the end, this is 223. Only 7 years are left. We have to scale up our attempt. India is taking lead. India is not only celebrating Amrit Kal, India is not only celebrating Amrit Mahotsav, India is the president of G20 also. And you know, when I saw Hindu Council, this lamp, same is the what you call emblem of C20 for which we have come. This conference is organized by Antarashtriya Parishad, from where this delegation has come. But this input from you, this is not simple conference. This input will go to C20 to G20. And C20 team, we are the international coordinator, Antarashtriya Parishad for C20, which is the civic society body under G20. And that report will be included in G20. So this conference, whatever you are suggesting, We are not here to dictate you or not to suggest you. You are already enlightened soul. You are already enlightened soul and you have done a lot. Only we want to listen from you how you want to do more. How you want to make sure that the way we have said, that of good beginning was with the Gayatri mantra and all sort of things. I will also read one sloka which says, Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunattu Sahaviryam Karvavavai Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavavai. Means, let us work together. Let us relish together. Let us perform together. And what has been studied and what has been seen, let us fill with brilliance. So we have to go for enlightening others, and leader is the one who makes others also leaders. The way the High Commissioner was mentioning about India leadership and excellent opportunity by an excellent direction by Prime Minister Modi, we have to make everybody leader in this world. We have to encompass the whole humanity in the umbrella of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And the slogan is, one earth, one family, one future. How to make it? It is the beginning. We are here for 2 days conference. Your recommendations will be our action plan. Our action plan, not my plan, not India plan. It is action plan of all of us. And you are the Rashtradoot now. We have to see that how we can implement that. We have already lot of talk in last century. I always believe that 21st century is century of action, action, action. Solution, solution, solution. We have already discussed how beautiful countries are, how much beautiful humanity is, what are the philosophy of spirituality, how we can connect everybody, but we have to see how to act. People talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, but they don't talk about the first 2 words of earlier to Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It says, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam for whom? Udar Charita Nam tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. How to make people broader minded. That is a process, that is a training. Suppose we have become narrow, we have become selfish, we have become, this is mine, this is yours. Idam nijam paroveti gadana laguchetasam. Udar charita nam tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This is mine, this is yours. We have learned a lot. We have become more complex. How to become broader minded. And I think this will not come only by lecture and not by only seminar and webinar. We have to practice on that one. That should need a training also. There should be some capsule in the schools, colleges, and the family also, how we can teach, how we can train our new generation, especially the youth. Because world is younger than before, and India is one of the young countries where we have more than 6 million population below 25 years. India always say that we have the demographic dividend of population, which is youth. But we have to engage youth, we have to involve youth, we have to train youth how they become better citizen of the whole world and how they can take care of Udar Charita Nam tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Here also we have lot of programs, and I was very happy to see Seva Rath, means service chariot, and then Krishna, I will quote only Krishna to close my thing, which I just remember. Shama Shatro Mitrecha, nobody is your friend or enemy, everybody is yours. Tatha man apamanayo, Shitosha Sukdesh, Dukheshu, Samba Sanga Vijritaham, Tulya Nidya Sutir Maunam, Santushto Yena Kenacheta, Aniketa Isitramatir, Bhakti Marge, Priyo Naraha. Sometimes we speak Sanskrit to influence people. Am I right? Because no people know much. But I will translate into Hindi. We have to practice that one. This was not just to influence you, or just to, I think most of the people I know, so I can't influence you about me. Only thing I want that we have to practice. जो शत्रु मित्र मान अपमान सर्दी गर्मी सुख दुख में सम और आसक्ति रहित है. He is not moved by all these things. तथा निंदा स्तुति का समान समझता है. मननशील जिसकी मन स्थित सभी इंद्रियों में शांत है, शरीर के निर्वाह में संतुष्ट है, अपने निवास स्थान में ममता आसक्ति संग रहित वो स्थिर बुद्धि वाला भक्त मुझे प्रिय है. That is what Krishna is saying to Arjuna in the Dwadash Adhyay, 12th chapter in Bhakti Yoga. So we have to see that how we can make ourselves, and don't think to change the others. Change yourself. Time has come. We have already tried to change the whole world, but time has come when we should change ourselves, and that begins from you. So from today onward, I will appeal all of you that very good initiative you have done in education, in health, we should be multiplied. One van, one Sevarath is not enough. There should be many more. Second thing, if you really want to connect with the world, the most important services are two. Third, fourth, it can aid health and education. Perhaps Hindu Council also think, and there is organ also, many of the partners bodies, how to see that we can help this region in quality education. Means I am talking about moral, character, creative education as input to the value education. And for that one, a lot of opportunity are here. More than 40 to 45,000 students from Africa go to India for study. If American have the university, American university, if Aga Khan can have university, why not Hindu Council and its bodies? We had a chair also in Nairobi University in the name of Vivekananda. That is chair was also stopped. We should think of Visa Oswal. I know that a couple of schools and colleges, but they need more. Education is the key to build others also the way you want to see the world. So I think most important thing is that we want to have Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and world as a family. We have brought our sanskara, we have brought our culture. We can see that since yesterday, hospitality is so high, I know. But other of my colleagues who have come, they are saying, my God, Kenya is such a country that people are so hospitable that if you say no, they will offer you something. We have taken twice today the breakfast. You can imagine? Maybe thrice we will have lunch and 4 times dinner. That is Kenya. That is Nairobi. That you have to say no, because people want to offer. They want to give you best, and that hospitality you will not get anywhere in the world. So I'm aware of this one. We have to keep this. We have to raise it. We have to get it better and better. And India is looking towards you as our brothers and sisters, not away from India. You are very close to our heart, very close to our heart. We monitor every day, every moment, every time what is going on here. And India is coming that they want to take care of their brothers and sisters anywhere in the world. Anything happens, you have seen in Yemen, you have seen what happened in Ukraine, that Indian students were rescued with the flag of India, and Russia and Ukraine both supported that one. That power India has brought, that image and that respect India has brought in the world. North and South Korea, you can see that this is the only country in addition to Mongolia which has a good relation with both the countries. So India is emerging as not only neutral but very active, but friends to everybody. And that is what you have seen in Corona time, that India gave medicine, vaccine and mask to more than 150 countries, whoever requested for that one. And that was the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. You can see that Turkey, who always opposed India in Kashmir issue, but when there was an earthquake 2-3 weeks before, India was the first country to send rescue there. That is what the humanitarian work India is leading toward, and now in the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, India give us towards we can encompass everybody as our family. So let us see how we can support, how we can aid, and for that one, I wish this conference, the way Kamalji has explained to you, that we should devote more time today afternoon and tomorrow also to see that we can have a discussion, and that is your document. We don't want that it should be written by 1-2%. It should be your document, that is what you call unanimous document from all of you, to see that your vision, your message, your direction, your action plan should be reflecting in that document. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Jagat.
I also wish to appreciate the program convener, our trustee, Mr. Swarn Verma. Please come on the stage.
Attention please. As chairman has advised, we have to be in 5 different sessions. So may I request where Mr. Sanjay Balla is seated? Yeah. Your co-chair is Mr. Jawahar Karnawat. Mr. Jawahar. So one group is sitting here. People can join here. The second group is headed by Mr. Markandeya Rai. Rai ji, आप दूसरे टेबल पे आ जाइए. Okay. तो आप आ जाइए. जो भी चेयर करते हैं वो इधर आ जाइए. The third one is Sri Narayan Kumar. नारायण जी, आप एक और टेबल ले लीजिए. कोई भी एक. आपका नाम? मेरा नाम अमित गुप्ता है और यहाँ पे ये भी नहीं है. ओके. प्रोफेसर अजय कुमार, या आप एक और टेबल ले लीजिए, क्योंकि यहाँ पे तो ये बालाजी है. यहाँ पे बालाजी है, तो आप. या एंड श्री अमित गुप्ता जी, आप ये टेबल पे आ जाइए. आपका दूसरा टेबल पे आना पड़ेगा. यहाँ पे ये है.
इनकी तरफ से आएंगे लोग, आप रहेंगे इनकी तरफ से.
कमल भाई.
एक एक ग्रुप को एक एक टॉपिक दे दे. ये 5 टॉपिक है, तो वो वैसे करे. लेट्स गाइड देम.
तो सबसे पहले ये जो था ना, ये है अपना संजय बल्ला जी, वो ये टेबल पे है. तो
अच्छा, संजय बल्ला जी, जो आपका ग्रुप है नंबर 1, वो डिस्कस करेगा. जो नंबर फर्स्ट पॉइंट है, द हिस्टोरिक पैटर्न ऑफ इंडियन डायस्पोरा migration to East Africa. So, whoever would like to discuss this topic, please join Mr. Sanjay Balla on this table. अच्छा, श्री मार्कंडेय जी राय, आपका ग्रुप यहाँ पर है. आइए. तो आपका हाँ, ओके, आपका टॉपिक है इंडियन डायस्पोरा इन प्रमोटिंग द एथोस ऑफ Vasudev Kutumbak. Okay. So whoever would like to discuss that topic, please join Shri Markandeya ji. अच्छा, श्री नारायण कुमार, उनको ये आइए. नारायण अंकल आइए. हाँ. ओके ओके. हाँ, कोई बात नहीं, मैं समझ गया. अमर जी मेरे साथ हैं. श्री नारायण कुमार जी, आइए यहाँ. आपका ग्रुप आपके साथ यहाँ नहीं आएंगे ना? हाँ, कोई आपके साथ को चेयर है, डॉक्टर स्वरूप मिश्रा. हाँ, ओके. नवीन भाई, आप प्लीज को चेयर आ जाओ ये ग्रुप के साथ, प्लीज आइए. नवीन भाई आएंगे आपके साथ को चेयर. ओके.
में किसी को पार्टिसिपेट करना है तो इधर आ जाए।
हाँ,
बोलो ना।
या
अमित जी, अभी यहाँ पे माइक चल रहा होगा
तो बाकी लोग
आप
डिस्टर्ब होंगे।
हाँ, तो मैं ऐसा बोलती हूँ, आप अपनी टीम के साथ एक हाइब्रिड मीटिंग कर सकते हैं। इफ यू वांट यू कैन गो इन द ओपन आल्सो, डिस्कस एंड देन कम इन एंड देन यू आर ओके हियर, यू कैन हैव द माइक।
सुनिका, आप ज्वाइन करो इधर। आप आओ ना। आओ डॉक्टर। कैसे हो? अच्छा। नवीन भाई। नवीन भाई। Sorry? Sorry, Balla. Balla साहब, मेरी apology.
वसुदेव
नहीं, मैं आता हूँ. Let me organize people. Okay. Ravi, please, please, Vanraj, आइए, वनराज, नरेंद्र, रुताश, बैठ जाओ, जो भी डिस्कशन है, जिन्ना कंट्रीब्यूट कर चुके हैं। नंबर 5 है? नहीं, नंबर 2 है। केड़ा ग्रुप है? नंबर 2 है। केड़ा है? मैं तो दादा। नारायण जी, आपका टॉपिक क्या है? वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। नहीं, वो कर रहे हैं कौन? मार्कंडे जी। नहीं, पूछो उनसे, वो कल मुझे नहीं, उन्होंने वो ले लिया है।
अच्छा, आप कौन सा कर सकते हैं? आप ये कर सकते हैं,
कल्चर कर सकते हैं,
कल्चर कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि वसुदेव तो आप कर रहे हैं।
जैसा मैंने इन्होंने कहा था बोलते कोई नहीं। आप चेक कर लो कौन सा ग्रुप कर रहा है। ज्वाइन इन कल्चर। हाँ, क्या डिसाइड किया? हम लोग अपने फाइनल ना, he will be here. He ऐसा सब कर सकते हैं। नहीं, इनसे बात कर लो कौन सा टॉपिक आप कर रहे हो। ना इज एवरीथिंग। हाँ, कल्चर, ही विल डू कल्चर। कल्चर? आप आए बस दो कुटुंबकम में आप आए। आप कुटुंब ओके।
मुझे यहाँ पे पेन चाहिए और यहाँ पे बोर्ड चाहिए। वनीता, पेन्स एंड कोई दिखेगा, मैं लिख देता हूँ।
पांच ग्रुप बन गए, बहुत अच्छे। हम आ गए कल्चर में, कोई बात। आप बैठो, मैं सामने आता हूँ। हेलो, हाय देयर, नाइस टू सी यू एज वेल, प्लेजर। हाय देयर, सोरन वर्मा,
Shailesh from SBM India.
in India.
SBM India.
Oh, lovely. One of our sponsors, thank you. Pleasure. You want to join in some of the discussions? It's up to you. कोई बात नहीं. We'll see you at lunch break. Lovely. पाठक जी बहुत अच्छे हैं, उनको he'll take down the notes. आप इनको help करो notes लिखने में. I am with you all, so please आप continue करो.
encourage people adopted Indian culture. So my view is that culture is to be developed, not to be imposed. Culture can't be imposed. It should have the coordination. हिंदी में कहते हैं, I will translate it for you, कि अगर एक रोटी आपके पास है और वो रोटी आप खाते हैं तो it is your nature. If you have a bread and you eat, it is nature. You earn and live. If you share it among others, it is culture. And if you just आप किसी से रोटी छीन करके खा लेते हैं तो it is the devaluation of it. So culture is to be together. Togetherness is the cardinal
The reason is there is a market. Okay. There is a raw material. There are people, but they have no technology. So what we are doing now with the Indian High Commission, these are all things we should do. We should do as a diaspora. We don't need to wait for the government. We should take a lead. So what we have done, what I have done is that the president has given me this target of training 100,000 youth on footwear and leather goods. So now we are tying up with the Indian government, through embassy and the World Bank to bring in Indian experts to put up a training institute. Okay, that's number one. Number two,
all over. I was the director of Indian Culture Center in Guyana and also similar to all the Indian cultures are very together culture is very. And now I have just the chairman of interfaith culture came here. And it's a big statement because we have nothing more to discuss because he said that the Hindu constitutes the most prominent cultural wing of other cultures, maybe Christian, maybe others. So हमारे पास जो भारत कीनिया से adopted country कीनिया में भारत की संस्कृति है, and the other point is that it has been requested that Deepavali and other festivals should be adopted as national holiday. Forget about national holiday. There are many reasons. Our government can't give national holiday for each and every, but we celebrate them. We celebrate them, and it's not that if it is a Tamil festival, other Hindi festival will not they participate. So my submission is that we should discuss taking in view that is the point of culture, and culture could never be adopted. It could be accepted.
So now what is happening is that the diaspora has emerged as an important factor, and one has to see how the diaspora importance is being emphasized, being recorded, and being noted within different diasporic countries. It is in this context it is important for us to understand that Indian diaspora in Kenya is important for Kenya, is important for India, and is an important force in global area to link the global Indian community. And when we have to do that, we have to first accept the diaspora is not just important today because of its financial resources, but it's also important historically, which for several reasons had not been recorded, either in history or in documentation, that role that it played, which is not exclusive for economic benefit, but is very much for the broader cause of Kenya. And that is the issue we are discussing in this session, that how the freedom struggle, which is a pan-Kenyan concern, the independence of Kenya is such an important thing for all black or white or Indians or Chinese, whoever are here, that in that what role and how prominent role Indian diaspora played needs to be recorded, needs to be put on the table, and needs to be appreciated. And it is from this perspective that we invite the panel now to share their recommendation, and in this context to suggest us how to move forward on this.
Anyway, you see, the Indian diaspora's contribution in freedom struggle start with the first Indian High Commissioner to Kenya. That was Appasaheb Pant, and he was High Commissioner year before the independence. And he played a big role to the freedom fighters of Kenya, including Jomo Kenyatta and others. He was the advisor. Many of the meetings he was holding at his home, official residence of the High Commissioner. But after that, there are many significant
came, wish to identify him. And so I think it is the business of those in the diaspora who want to extend or share that to the communities that say are native to the countries where they are. And I'm not sure that is the same as imposing a culture of India upon the locals. I don't think that is the same. So because in recent times, for example, we've seen in this country people beginning to study Chinese language, for example. And Chinese has not been, I mean, the China experience has not been very good in this country. And I don't also think they're imposing it upon any people. But there is that willingness of people to want to learn Chinese. It should be, if you look at it, there is so much interest for the Indian way of life by people in this country. So much so that we have so many students from this country who go. And for a long time now, maybe stretching way back be a better role played by people in diaspora trying to enhance the culture of India. Yeah, thank you. Writing pad.
No, you can't write on a writing pad.
No, that should be, somebody should be writing.
Which sheet?
Vasisht. BD Vasisht. BD Vasisht. Brahmadev.
It's written.
It's written there.
It's already written.
Yeah.
It's already written. All of us, we have written the name.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
the language and culture of India, you can't rule over this country. So that's why I said that the culture should not be should not be imposed. It should be evolved. If you want to connect others also with our culture, this should be imposed. And Indian government in India never went to any part of the world to rule. They went there to propagate their culture, language with love, affection, and they succeeded in it. If you say, even in Kenya, only last week a Hindi journal has been published, and that is literary journal Ananya. That is online. Okay? And good poems, stories are there. So we have the follower of different language, maybe Punjabi, maybe Tamil, Gujarati is the most prominent language of this country. So we should also request government of India and Indian Council of Cultural Relations to start their cultural sector in the various parts of this country and have the proper input as you have said that connect should be developed from the home. अगर घर में if you do not pass on your language to your coming generation, how you expect that they will speak? अभी हम बच्चे को कहते हैं कि तुम अंग्रेजी में बोलो, अंग्रेजी पता ही है स्कूल में बोलेगा, लेकिन घर में तो अपनी भाषा बोले, घर में तमिल बोले, तेलुगु बोले, पंजाबी बोले, क्योंकि ये हमारा आधार कनेक्ट को जारी रखने का कि the language, the culture, the way of life, the पूजा पद्धति should be transferred, conveyed for the continuation of our culture. ये कहने का मतलब है कि आप अपनी संस्कृति को अपने जैसे सभी लोगों ने कहा परिवार से अपने घर से बढ़ाएं, तो घर परिवार में अगर आपका एक भाषा संस्कृति बनेगी तो व्यापार में भी बनेगा, तो सरकार में भी पहुंच सकता है। और संसार में आज संसार के 144 देशों में हिंदी है, सिर्फ अमेरिका के 80 विश्वविद्यालय यूनिवर्सिटीज में हिंदी पढ़ाई जाती है, तो बड़ी बात है। लेकिन इसके साथ ही आप देखिए कि इंडियन लैंग्वेज में ऐसे लैंग्वेज में इंडिया के जो कई देशों के मान लीजिए थिंक ऑफ तमिल, ये सिंगापुर और कुआलालंपुर तो ये ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेज, नेपाली सोचिए, बंगाली है तो बांग्लादेश का लैंग्वेज है, तो हमारी गुजराती है, तो हमारे देश की भाषाएं जो है ना वो सिर्फ भारत की ही ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेज नहीं है, संसार के अनेक देशों की ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेज। अभी मैं फिजी गया था वर्ल्ड हिंदी कन्वेंशन में, वहाँ मुझे वर्ल्ड हिंदी अवार्ड मिला, तो वहाँ के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में 3 लैंग्वेजेस हैं, 3 ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेजेस, इंग्लिश, हिंदी एंड काइदी, and they have published their constitution also in Hindi. And now when we were in the conference, our minister was here, they have announced that the Indian arrival day will be the holiday, and Hindi will be also the language of parliament, and they implemented in our province. वहाँ के पार्लियामेंट के मेंबर्स ने हिंदी में भाषण किया।
What is their language in parliament?
English, Hindi, and Taigi.
All of them.
Yes, and they,
So anyone can speak any language.
out of these 3 languages. As in India, we have Hindi and English, but if you want to speak in Tamil, you will have to give prior information to speakers, so that for this interpretation, we have the panel of Tamil experts. Even in Sanskrit, Sushma Swaraj started speaking in Sanskrit. So we have a schedule, 22 languages are there, and anybody can speak in any language. It's not that only Hindi is the official language of India. Tamil is the official language of Tamil Nadu, and Bangla is the official language. Also, it is missed. Information is being said that Hindi has been imposed. No. Punjab, Gujarat, and Maharashtra requested government of India that apart from our language, Hindi will also be our language. So we should, it's not that language, there is a country, Papua New Guinea.
Attention please, attention please. Now can we resume our session, afternoon session? And I think considering everybody's view and consensus, it seems that we should conclude our session by 4. Am I right? By 4 p.m. Can you hear me, sir? Hello? Excuse me, madam. Excuse me. I hope you have taken good lunch. And now time is to resume the session. Session will start at 2:45, means 2:45, and the session will end. All the discussion, debates, all the recommendations should be ready by 4 o'clock. And then there will be a presentation from each team. 5 minutes, each team means 25 minutes. It will be presented, and then the final report will come in 5 to 10 minutes time, and then we will conclude the session and final vote of thanks today by 5 p.m. I think it is acceptable to everybody? Yes? Yes or no? Yeah, good. So let us agree to complete our discussion and talk by 4 o'clock. All the session will have the report in 5 minutes time, and then by 5 o'clock we have to conclude everything. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Thank you for your understanding. All the best.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Guess everybody is ready with the recommendations and your declaration points. That table is ready. That table is ready. This is ready, and even 5 minutes. Okay. So after 5 minutes, we will give Usha Ben to talk first. After 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. Usha Ben. We'll give 5 minutes to everybody. Yeah?
you something or to preach you something. We have come to learn from you what need to be done. And most important, there are many sectors where we can do a lot. We have done much, but we can let us do more, the way Gandhi said. And in education, health, and I heard the professor also just now, a lot need to be done. And not for anything, rather, we should see that our role as in the freedom struggle should be recognized. I can say that most of the historians were from Europe or from Middle East, but history was not written properly. The contribution of Indian diaspora and Indians in not only freedom movement, beyond that one, and I can see that Jivanji's name was mentioned. We started from Zanzibar. Gama Pinto was mentioned, and Mr. Desai was mentioned, and all those people we should remember. Our young generation should know that what our forefathers had done for the freedom movement, and including the trial of Jomo Kenyatta, who was the first president of India, when Kampanguria trial was going on, how India was watching carefully and how Gandhi supported that one. So that is like India opened the door for the independence of all the African countries, but we also learned a lot from Africa. Gandhi became Gandhi from South Africa. So we owe a lot, and I think Africa, we connect so many ways. Genetically, M29 gene has been found in Kerala and Andaman Nicobar. It means south-south migration also to it. And I quote Lalji Singh, who was the great scientist of genomics, 50 years before he gave the theory that migration took place 50,000 years before from Africa to Asia, and Andaman Nicobar people have the same gene which they have in Kenya, and same gene in Kerala which is in Kenya. So that way we should connect, that India was part of East Africa from Gondwana land. 3.5 million before India was part of East Africa. That's why all the monsoon and everything is related to us. So we are bound to be related with Africa. We are part of this one, and Africa is the future. So all these things will encompass in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and I think that Indian can do more, and you have the capacity. You have I can see the talent and capacity that in short notice, Kamalji organized so many groups, all of we are here, so it is doable, it is possible. We should go for more in the way the High Commissioner said in agriculture, MSME, these are the new technology, infrastructure, and I feel that education and health is at the top all the time, and it should remain at the top. And you are doing Seva Bhan was very impressive for me. We should have more and more services like that one. So all these things will come in this one. Those who are missing points also, you can feel free to just drop a line to me. Kamalji has my email, my telephone number, everything, and we will put in the record. And believe me, this report is going to C20 to G20. So this is not a small thing. India is looking for your opinion. India is valuing your opinion. India knows that you can guide India to become and to make Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, world as one family. Thank you so much. Before I conclude, I think we missed to read the Dr. Manu Bhai Chandaria's message. This is very brief, but I will fail in my duty, and Kamalji also, I think we had planned to read it, but because some program overtook. But it is always worth to read it because we had requested to send a message, and he said, I will quote. This is the message of Mr. Chandaria. I will quote. It is nice to see the diaspora of Indian origin coming together in Kenya for the Indian diaspora in East Africa seminar to discuss the contribution of nation building. These countries have given lots to us, and in return, the Indian diaspora has also opened up the countries both for business and services. The countries have been extremely good towards Indian diaspora, and they have also developed themselves in a major way in business, industries, and in services. Thanks to those countries that we have seen huge development in Indian diaspora who came with nothing and build themselves into major entities. I wish you a successful seminar. I unquote. Thank you. So with this one, let me invite Mr. Sanjay Bhallaji to conclude and say vote of thanks also.
So, as we all agreed that the sum up is going to be made as summaries from each individual group has been shared. So, Mr. Rai is going to prepare a single document. That document will be, I think, put it forward, then we will sign jointly. I on behalf of entire diaspora, and then he on behalf of probably or maybe whosoever on the delegation side, so that that document will remain as a formal document. So if that is possible this evening would be better. Then as our plan, tomorrow we can virtually launch that declaration, Nairobi declaration on this particular event, so that we will remain on the system. But yes, physically we agreed that because of full day engagement, it is inability for everyone to come again tomorrow morning. So, but once again, on behalf of Hindu Council of Kenya, thank you so very much, every one of you, for your great contribution. I wish to invite the Vice Chair of ARSP, Sanjay ji.
I don't think more to be said now. We have been listening since morning. We have discussed various aspects of diaspora contribution, various aspects of everything what could have been discussed under this roof in Kenya, India, relationships, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and everything. So nothing more to be said. I sincerely propose the vote of thanks to Kamalji and his team for the Hindu Council for hosting such a lovely conference on behalf of Antarashtriya Sahyog Parishad. And I know all the very noble members and very busy people are here who have participated in the deliberation, which will certainly be a good document to work upon and take a future course of action. And as the High Commissioner of India said today, probably they will be having some conference in June on diaspora. And those recommendations may be taken there. We can take it forward to the Indian High Commission as well as the Indian government and MEA when we go there, and we take it forward. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we sum up the session. 1 minute. Okay, okay, because people are really trying. You can speak.
Hello, if I ask you that, where are you staying? Nairobi, Kenya, what you will say? I'm staying in USA, that is United States of Africa. This is USA we are staying in. So I want to define USA as United States of Africa.
Okay, great. I think it is going to be very, very important that to appreciate our sponsor for the event. We have still our sponsor SBM Bank. The whole team is here. The three other sponsors who supported this event from Bank of Baroda, Prime Bank and Bank of India. I think these are very important that to support such kind of events and taking together kind of things. So with this note, I think most important is participation and contribution, what we collected all together. And with this note, I say very much Asante Sana to each one of you with this note. Please have a safe time and enjoy your evenings. Thank you.